Ahoy lads, welcome to the stream of Tech Chess. There's a bit of an echo as I was saying that. Alright, are we ready to begin? Can I get a oh yeah? I don't know where that came from. Okay, how are we doing, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to Tech Chess. This is your host, Steve Nyanumba. I'm gonna do that again, and this time it's gonna be a bit more enthusiastic, to be honest. What's good, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to Tech Chess. This is your host, Steve Nyanumba, back again with another tech tutorial / walkthrough / live stream. And we're going to be doing a lot of dealing with employees' attendance sheets. So what we're going to do in this situation is we're going to craft out a way to, and if my volume is a bit louder, we're going to craft out a way to be able to track employees' attendance with code. Generally, Laravel 9. And yeah, if you could see the expression on my face as we start this. I've just switched on the lights, and today, ladies and gentlemen, we are back doing epic things with epic code. Let's begin. Ooh, I'm excited for today. Today is going to be a big deal, if I'm being honest. It's going to be a big deal because attendance is one of the hardest things to capture when it comes to a HRM. Because it's supposed to be endless records being calculated from each and every single day. And it cannot be edited, amended, or be taken into account at any one given time. And if it needs to be amended, there should be a reason for amendment. And that is why employees' attendance is the hardest thing to implement with code, because those are like 5 different crude operations that you need to be doing at the same time. Let's begin though. Let's begin. It's gonna be fun. And I implemented this in one of my older projects, so I'm going to actually check it out and then try it out from that point onwards. And it was called Hotel Control or something like that, I think. So I've only been trying to man hotel management systems as it stands. It's been a very, very hard task indeed. But let's actually have a look at it. So this one already has its PHP stuff set, ready to code, I'm sure. So it's downloading these items from OneDrive. And then we index them. So this is going to take some time, to be honest. I think we'll just let it do its thing. But before we go into that, and before I switch back to the camera, I want to take a second to talk about one of my proud purchases over here. This is a toolkit 47 in 1 that I've just gotten today. So we're going to be doing a lot of tech mechanics and stuff in the near future, computer building and such. And this is going to help me massively. It has each and every single thing that you need for laptop and desktop assembly. And yeah, we're going to use a lot of this. As you can see, we also have the tweezers. I need to get a gun for all that. A heat gun for doing some of those repairs and stuff like that. Some of those ones that require liquid soldering and stuff like that. It's called liquid soldering or something. I don't remember what it was called. Then we have precision tools here. Very nice stuff. And I've been accorded this by one of my main plugs for tech. So this is really nice. I really love it. Look at that, look at this. Right? Guys. So on this side, right here. So to open this, look at those toolkits, fam. These are beautiful. All the ones that you can imagine that you require, they're all there. All of them. Focus. I think the camera needs to focus. Yeah, can see all of them. They're all there. It's a solid choice. Beautiful. Great. So I'll be looking into this a bit later, but as of now, code. Hi Saleh, what's good? Welcome to the stream. Today I have a lot of psych, and today I have a lot of psych. I'm glad to see you. Glad to see that you've joined the stream. Please stay tuned for we're going to do some amazing things here. Very, very amazing things. So this is not the current code that I'm working on. This is the one that we were working on yesterday. This one is just a past project that I used to implement some of the attendance stuff. And I want us to actually take a look at how it was implemented and what we can do to implement it on our side. All right. Boom. This is nice. This is good code, this. If you guys don't know what this code stands for, wait to see why. I think it's really, really good code. Okay, we'll go back to now dealing with attendance. So we're going to go to resources, views, Livewire, admin, then employees. No, sorry, not employees, but attendances. So attendances, we don't have a view for attendances. So we're going to do employees, and then we're going to do a bit for attendance over here. So that's the first step. Second step is we're also going to edit the administrative links over here. So attendances, you can see there's a link for attendances over here, admin attendances, etc. And we don't have anything to give that route. Or do we? Oh, we have attendances, never mind. We have attendances. Just give us a second. Got a phone call. Great. That was just me receiving a phone call. Sorry. I should not have interrupted us. So the person who delivered this is actually the one who's calling me. Yeah. So I was just making a confirmation that it has been received, very well received. Okay. So let me just turn off these notifications for Google Drive. Let all these things be served well. And then let's just continue with our code for now. Oops, I closed the wrong one. I closed the wrong one. Okay, so we have attendances. I think we should just open our project at this point. All right, so it's going to be fun. This is going to be interesting. All right, so look at that. Look at that. npm run dev. Oh, wait, whichever. And it's going to open our vite, and then it's going to pass out our dynamic styles, and things are going to be A-OK in our login section. Oh, drink of choice is Mac Coffee Gold. Give me a second again. Okay, so I need to do something on the side over here. Just hold up. To send a password. Great. Great. So let's carry on. First, I've always been willing to change this camera's angle so that at least if I lean back, I can be seen. Anyway, so as I was saying, coffee, drink of choice. as always. And we do it a fantastic career. I'm speaking like a Portuguese man. Do it. Do it. Instead of did. Do it. Everything is come with the world now. Let's open this thing. Let's open this application. Come on. So we left it at a very good place. Now we're at attendance. Now let's look at attendances, attendance register. All right, so we're at attendance register. Attendance register should have like the different departments and each and every single person that's listed within the department and showing the registers and so on and so forth. So let's do this. I'm having ideas. You know, whenever you guys see me smile like this, just know I'm just already visualizing so many different things that we could do with this application. Okay, so Livewire admin, then we go to attendances index. So this is where we have, then we say X slot, and then we'll say the name is header. This will be attendance register, right? All right, so then we have the body of everything. We'll have a container fluid. All right, then we'll have a card. Now this card, what we'll do with this card, let's just try and see. Okay, for starters, we'll just put a table, and then this table will be table special. We'll put a table responsive on the card tag, so we'll put table responsive like so, and we'll put table striped. Let's do hover. Table hover. So remove that. Move on to the next table hover. Table bordered. Table is neither primary nor dark nor nothing. And then we'll align middle. And then the table light on the head. And then the caption will be the table name. So what are we captioning this? Attendance. Something like that. No, we weren't even supposed to do it like this. We were supposed to do it like okay, let's actually do it differently. Let's do it differently. Instead of a table which is being ordered by or orchestrated by this div here, instead of a table, we'll list the each individual and then the next set of things. Oh no, actually it's okay. This is fine. Okay. Then we'll call this attendance register. And then over here on table primary, I don't want to see table primary, to be honest. Okay. And then this next TR goes. And at the very top, above the card, at the card header, looks like we'll have to do card body over here. Which is fine. I mean, eventually we were supposed to delete that div and then put card body instead. So I think that is just a shortcut that I've taken. H5 will allow me to do, first of all, in card header, I want a row. Then over here, I want, or I'll do deflex, flex row. Then over here, we'll do multiple columns. So this first one, inside flex row, I'll do justify content center. Then after that, we'll have maybe a H5 indicating the month. Let's say the month, this one is October, right? And we'll have it like that. Yeah, so this is October. Caption is down here, attendance register. So the first column is the employee's full name, or employee details, or employee's full name, right? Let's do that, employee's full name. And then we'll look at the days. Yeah, let's look at the days like so. And then at the very end, we'll do total. So days will be represented here in terms of like looking at which days it is that they've attended and not attended. And then for example, let's say this item is a name. Let's say Steve Nyanumba. Right. And then over here, what we'll do in this TD, we'll just do a class of row or deflex, then flex row. Then over here in each flex column, so remember when I was saying the other piece of code was beautiful code? Let me show you why. So this is what we're dealing with. So there's a flex row, justify content center, and then we have, like, let's say for example, for 0 to 30 days I++, and then let's say I have to copy all that shenanigans till that for loop is over, right? Let's do this. Right over here, I'll say 30 just to give it a very fixed number. Then we look in array. Over here we'll say 2022, month is 10, and then over here we're doing I+1, which is like, let's say for example 2. So today is 5th, so let's just do 5, and then we look at employee attended dates inside that array, and then we list it down like so. So if I save this, of course there's going to be an error thrown later on. You can see this undefined variable type employee. So what we need to do, inside employee's detail, we're going to, no, not inside employee's detail, but inside admin attendances. I don't know why this attendance is still there. It should be attendances. So I'm going to remove this, send it to recycle bin. Attendances. So attendances index. Inside here, we're going to, what I'd like to do in this situation is I would like to pass in some data and paginate it. So I'm going to call in employee, and then we're going to do employees detail, paginate 5. I'm going to paginate 5 of them, and then we're going to say use with pagination at the very beginning. Use with pagination. And we end these things like that. So you can see syntax error, expecting token, like so. Alright, so you can see undefined property, attended dates. Right. So what I'd like to do, I like to borrow from everything that I did in this project here. It was inside app, HTTP, Livewire, admin staff, attendance. So this is what happened. I'm just going to copy all of these. Actually, in fact, I'll just copy everything before the render function. Copy it, paste it here, and then we go through it slowly but surely. All right, so now I think we're good. Now we just need to remove this. Okay, so let's run this back, right? You can say unable to resolve dependency parameter 0 required ID in class index. So what it needs, it needs an ID. No, it needs a register. This is what I needed. And then I also had a monthly calendar service. I had so many services I created here. Jesus. So there's a service here called attendance service and monthly calendar service. And then I created all these things. Jesus Christ. Man, I did a lot of things. I did a lot of things with this thing, and I can now finally use this to implement it. Okay, so let's go slowly to be able to cover all these major things to do with attendance. All right, so whenever you're dealing with attendance, we need to know that there's 3 key dynamics. The month of whichever year is always unique. So you'll say May 2022 will never repeat ever again if it is past, because there'll never be another May 2022 in another lifetime maybe. But the days of the month will always repeat. So there'll always be a first May every year. There will be all those different dynamics. So that's why you need to put in the date, which is separating the year, month, and days, and then also the days that you work, which is represented by the number that is on the date. There's so many things that are really inclusive in all of this. So let's actually go back and forth and look at what we should be adding into the models. The first things first, every employee has to have attendances, and they have to have many attendances. So going back to the code, if I was to go back to this point over here, we can actually forgo this for now. But in terms of UI, let's just play it safe for now, and then we say the title and the year. So let's just replace these. 2022. And then this one is 5. And then this is the year. Or let's do I plus 1, which is because this is I already. So I'll just do I plus 1 here. And then the year over here. Let's actually reverse month name. Month name should be what? Month name should be let's say October again. And then concatenated with a space, concatenated with a printf, and then concatenated with the year, which is now 2022. I'll just put that into a concatenation format, and then it's all replaced by I plus 1. Then employee attended dates. So this one is a conditional statement over here, which says if that day was attended, then show success. If not, show danger. And if it is not accounted for, show info. So what I'm just going to do here, I'm just going to do bg info and save it like that. And we can show you what exactly we mean. So you can see this is how it is organized. 1 all the way till 30, right? And we will be able to see which one it is that needs to be marked for success, which one needs to be marked for failure, and so on and so forth. Like let's say, for example, if we say that it's going to be marked for success every single time the I is divisible by, say, 2, right? So if I is either divisible by 2, so I'll put in an if statement over here, and then I'll say I 2. So if I is equivalent to 2, or let's do this, if I is divisible by 2. So if it's divisible by 2, then we'll do bg success. If not, then we check if I is divisible by 3, right? So we check if I is divisible by 3. So if it's divisible by 3 at this point onwards, then you will say that it's a BG danger. And if it's not either one of all those, then it will be BG info. So look at all the colors that will appear. You can see that. So this one, not present, not present, not present, not present, not present. That's what we plan on doing. And then the total number will be like, say for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 5 of these are divisible by 3, right? 5 of these are divisible by 3. So what I'll do in this situation, we'll say that this number over here, I don't know. We have to do that dynamically in the background. So maybe we'll do a /php here. Add PHP, and then we'll say count is equal to 0, and then we'll say for then we'll do for each I. Something like that, or we'll just do a for loop looping or something. Yeah, I think even at the end of it all, I don't know how we're going to do this. Maybe this count should be outside. Yeah, we'll just do a PHP here, and then we'll say count plus plus, and then in the item over here we'll just do count. Let's see if that works. So you can see the total is 30. So over here what we'll do, if we'll just say we want to get the number of dangers. The number of dangers in this situation are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we have I being divisible by 3 triggering that situation. So we can just put that all here, and then say we'll just say if, then we count plus plus. And then we have your beauty over here. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but we need there's something here which is very crucial. It needs to not be divisible by 2, because there's a situation where 30 is divisible. We also have a situation where 24 is divisible. We have 18 divisible by 2 as well, and then we also have 12, which is, and then there's also all those nitty-gritty ones. 6 as well is also divisible. So you can say and I is not divisible. So we'll say I is not divisible by, so I is not divisible by 2. So modulus 2 is not equal to 0. Something like that. Looks good. So now we can count our 5. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? There we go. Total is 5. So we can work with this. We can definitely work with this. So that's our first piece of UI, and that's how we break it down. So now we need to get a certain number, and the certain number that we're talking about is in a particular month. How many days do we have in that month? This is where we start doing things for real. Okay, so we're going to go to models. We're going to go to employees detail, and then we're going to do something over here. So it's small. So we're going to do a function over here, and this one is a function that declares that this user has many attendances. And then we're going to return this has many, and then we're going to say attendance class, and that's it. And then we can have something over here called, okay, so we'll have a function, and then we'll say get attended dates function or attribute. All right, so for this one, we're going to do a few algorithmic things. So we're going to have dates in an array, in an empty array over here. And then from there, we're going to say the attribute, right? Or the attendance, sorry, not attribute. The attendance is going to be this attendance, right? These are the attendances. And then we're going to say for each attendance as item. So like say, for example, if we do this, actually, we can even just do this. So you can say for each, and then we open the brackets, this attendances, and then we'll say as this attendances as item. I think that's fine. Then from there, we will craft out the work. So we'll say array underscore push, and then we'll say pushing the dates from each attendance. So we're going to push the dates into carbon parse. So the way I parsed this was whatever it is I passed was the creation time of the attendance. Yeah, so the creation time for the attendance. We'll look at it. We'll look at it indeed. I'm feeling a bit cloudy. So we're going to pass the item. So each attendance has to have what? It has to have, let's go back to our database migrations. Then we have the attendances, which is the very bottom. So it's supposed to have the employee's detail ID. It's going to have the date. So the date is here. So if it has the date of when it was issued, then we'll use item date, and then after item date we shall put a few things here. So carbon pass item date format. So the format will be YMD, like so. Forgive us, we are Kenyan, we're not British or American, so I don't know which standard that people usually use for this format. YMD, not sure about it. This lo-fi music is making me sleep, god damn. Well, guess I'll be back shortly. So give me a second as I try and replenish my energies, because I am going and very fast, I might add. Anyway, give me a break, just a bit of a break, then we'll continue from here. We'll be back. Yo, 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 yo. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Sorry for the long wait. That was a 20-minute, 30-minute. That was a 35-minute. Good damn. 35-minute break we took. Sorry, I took a bit of time to step out. Needed to get some fresh air, get some good rest, pray with the family, and now we are back. Yes. I love this. I love this stinger transition. Look at that. Look at that. It's so nice. Like, man, my After Effects skills are getting better by the day. Just give me a second. Just give me a second again. Sync it back, sync it back, sync it back. All right, again, the stinger transition. Bang. Oh, beautiful. And then we do it again. We do it again. Bang. Excellent. All right. So to get the attended dates, let's continue with this. All right. So let's go back. So we did this. This is very static. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very, very static. To get the total number of days attended or total number of days that have been missed, total absent or something like that. So all in all, this is an attendance register that accounts for all of this. We can do it like this. We can do it like maybe say instead of making this a certain width, we can push it to let's go back to the code bit of it. So instead of making it like you can see we have a padding of 3, we can put a padding of 2, and then it's at a margin start of 1, and then BG success, BG danger, BG info, all these different things. You can see all these things work like so. Okay, sorry, I was just syncing up my tab to be able to do all the things that it was doing. Okay, so we have a total count of 5 here. Jeez. And my coffee is still warm. Win-win situation. So you can see I've reduced the padding, and it's reduced quite exponentially. You can see P2 is like so. So you can say maybe say P2 and then we say PY 3, something like that. So this is the lengthwise. But you can see padding of 2 extends through and through, and it becomes almost like a square. And yeah, that's pretty much what we're aiming to do with this. Now, in terms of the printing of this, I think we should do this. We should take this is printf and put it here. So it can become 0, 1, 0, like that. So that at least now we have an even spread in terms of like how the padding is taking shape. It looks like an actual square. And then the info, I think instead of bg info, I'll use bg secondary, so that you can say, okay, number 2, I mean Hijafika, it's not yet there. Or it should be marking absent immediately, like someone has not shown up. But anyway, we can continue. Now, in any case, we were dealing with how to get these attended dates for a particular employee. Now, if we look at the employee's details, we have the get attended dates attribute. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I don't know if I've unmuted my mic. Okay. Yes. I think we're good to go. So if we're getting the attended dates attribute over here. So now if we move onwards to the getting of the current month, first of all, we'll look at it in a perspective of, okay, like, for example, let's just create another function over here. And I think we might just use this function. So we're going to call it get the current month. So get current month attribute, right? And if we're looking at the attendances are, of course, all these attendances, right? Right, so we'll just use it like this, yeah, and then we'll just take a count and equate it to 0 for now. Then we'll do a for each loop. So for each attendance that is being targeted, we have to do if, like, let's say for example, okay, so for each attendances, in fact, it will be better indeed if we just did it like this. I'm going to take this, cancel it out, and remove this entire thing, because we already have these attendances, right? Like so. So if we take these attendances as attendance, right, then we're going to go ahead and check with created at time and see if or rather the sign-in time. Yeah, we're going to check in with the sign-in time or the sign-in date and see if it is equivalent to a particular time, like say for example now, right? Right, so let's look at it like this. Yeah, if let's see. The way I used to do it in the past was that in the DB, I would probably have, let's see, I would probably have, in the DB, I'd probably have, if I was to look at attendances, right, if I was to look at attendances, then we have unsigned begin to employee ID, then we have okay, of course it's a foreign ID, and then we have the date of attendance, the sign-in time, the sign-out time. So now what we have in this DB is, in terms of attendance, we have attendances. So we have the employee's detail ID, we have the date, all right, and then we set the date and the employee's detail ID to be unique. So then we've done the sign in and the sign out, so that of course, like, given that they've entered in a particular date, we're able to also account in terms of disciplinary issues, the sign in and the sign out times. What time did you enter? And if you do this enough times, then we can also take disciplinary action for that. And then we have the created at and it's created by, so that we can be able to tell who it is that marked this person present. Then we have updated by, we can also tell who marked this person present. If there is someone who marked this person present and they don't have the authority, of which we're already going to null it out using the middleware in later circumstances. So we have employees detail, date, right? So now coming to look at it, right? And coming to also refer to the one that I had created inside here in my employees details. if we want to get the current month attribute, we have to look at the time that this attendance was created as well, and then we see if we can equate it to right now. We have to format the date of attendance, really. So to get the current month of that particular creation, right, we have to pass the created at, right? So we have to say if the, and we're going to use carbon, so I think we're just going to call it from the packages, like so, parse, right? And then we're going to pass this attendance as created at thing. So we're going to say this attendance. Okay, so this attendance, yeah, so for every attendance we have to check if it's the current month. So we'll say this attendance created at, okay, and then it's, if we format it into years and month, because that's the one that's going to be unique. Remember, at the beginning of the stream I said that if we look at the dates in terms of like what is going to be unique, if we say 1st of May can occur each and every single year, but May of 2022 will only occur in May of 2022. It cannot occur in May of 2023, cannot occur in May of 2024. So the unique time for us to use will be in terms of year and month. Okay, so that will be the best way to go about the entire issue. So now we'll say if this month, the month of the attendance when it was created, is equivalent, all right, to right now, you see. So I'll say carbon now, all right, and then I will format it. Okay, I will format it and say the same format is ym. All right, so if the time of if the current month, the time right now, the current month is the same as when this attendance was also created, then of course we're going to do this. So we're going to do count plus plus, or we could even do count plus equals to 1, something like that. We could do it like that, and then that will be return count. Now some people might not understand, like, why is it that we're doing this, and you see, the thing is, we're trying to calculate the number of months that the number of days that this person has attended in the month. So this is quite crucial. In fact, this should be date. In fact, this should be dating. If I'm being very frank, and this should be attendance actually. So if we pass attendance date. So this should be actually date, and if this date matches, in terms of years and months, the format, the current format, then we get the number of days worked if we add that count plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 for each and every single one of the attendances that have been registered under this particular user. And you see, the reason why this works is because when you look at the attendances table, the only thing that we're going to be looking at is the employee's detail ID, which is already filtered out. So now let's minus this. We have the date, we have the sign in and sign out. We're only going to look at the date. The other things are going to be lazy loaded. And then the same for the created by, and the updated by. Especially this one, this is going to be mostly empty. Soft deletes, of course, it will happen if you delete. So and then I love to have soft deletes because we can also be able to track if this has been deleted from the system, then it's an amendment. It's considered an amendment, so it needs to also be documented who it is that deleted the stuff. So that's pretty much me accounting for every single thing when it comes to calculating the number of days worked in that particular month. It should be get current month number, actually. I don't know. Yeah, something like that. Or get days worked attribute, something like that. Yeah, should be days worked attribute. Then I want one to be like given the current given a particular month, get me the number of days worked for that particular user. So it's like a repeat of this, and then what we're passing inside here is the actual date itself. And then instead of doing carbon now, we are going to get instead of doing carbon now, we're going to carbon pass and then format it like so. So to put it in description, I'm just going to copy this, paste it down here, but then we're going to say get days worked attribute. And then we're going to pass in here the month, right? Or the, yeah, month and year. Yeah, we'll call it month year for now, and then we'll say for each this attendances are the attendance. If we pass the date and format it like this, it should be equivalent to what happens if we parse the month year and format it like so. Pretty plain and simple. I'd really like to say that it's plain and simple. But because it's YM and YM is usually like what 2022 -0 something, then but let's just put it like we format it like this. And I like to call this one year month because that's the order of which it's been given. So then we return the count, just like that. So for this particular employee, we'll be able to tell the number of days worked in total with this entire function right there. All right. So this array over here is what should be returned. Actually, let's do that. Let's actually do this. Return dates. Then we'll go and deal with it inside the. We'll go and deal with it inside the views themselves. I love the MVVM style of doing things with Livewire because it just gives a lot of genius in terms of operation. Okay, so there's this thing about gross total current attribute or something like that. That one will be calculated inside the contracts, and everything about it will be sorted out in that situation. We'll also deal with payroll later on, and payroll will also have its own like way of accounting for every single thing. Okay, now that being said, let's just move on and try and see what we can do for the views. So there's a service that the two services that I'd want to put into consideration. But first things first, let's look at the views. If we come into index.php for our attendances, we will have to see this calendar also being accounted for. So in such a situation, we'll have to know how is it that we're going to move from month to month. So you see this, first things first, this is the current month. In order for us to get the current month, in our view, we'll have to be able to put it up there for us to be able to see and also to be able to change. So I'm going to do this. Inside our code, I'm going to put in some few variables over here. So there's public, and then we're going to have the employee, right? The employee being dealt with. Okay, actually not even employee, but we're going to have, let's call this the current month. That's the month being dealt with, all right? Then we also have the current month name. Okay. We have the current year. We don't have to do anything about the current year because the years are always in numbers. And then we have a very nice function over here called today. I like this function, this variable, because it will help us reset so many things. And then we have days. So this one will change dynamically given the circumstance of the months. So if we are in February, for example, if we're in February 2022, it will show 28 days. But if in February 2020, it will show 29 days. So something like that, you know. And then from there on, I like to use something like, you know, just a dummy variable over here called instance, which you'll see its function much later. Okay, so we're going to create a function over here called mount. So the function called mount, and by the way, Chelsea's game is about to start, or is it started? I don't know if it started. Anyone who has belief that Chelsea can beat AC Milan. Let's see if Chelsea has begun. Let's go! Wesley Fofana scored. Let's go. I will watch this after halftime, of course. So let's carry on. Let's carry on. So inside our mount function, just using a bit of reference over here to the previous piece of code that I had in the past. We're going to start with this instance. So this instance is going to take check this out, yeah, and this is going to piss some people off. This instance is going to be equal to this instance, right? If it is not there, then use carbon now. And you'll see how dynamically that works. So this instance, if it's not empty, right? If it's not empty, then use whatever instance is been declared there. And the reason why I'm doing this instance is because the date or even the timing or the month will change dynamically. So this instance is used to replace the month or the current date, and we're moving from month to month, from month to month. And yeah, essentially we will just clock it like that. So inside this same function, we're going to have to get the current month name. All right, so we'll say this, and then we'll say get, so we'll say current month name. All right, so current month name is equal to, we'll say this, and then we'll say instance. So the thing about this instance, the instance is always going to be a carbon instance. It's going to always be a carbon instance. So once we get this to be a carbon instance, then we're going to use the format function. So the format function will always get me doing this. So this is the month name in full. That is F. F represents that. Then we'll say this. Then get or let's say this today. All right, so today is always going to be either this. So if it's not empty, we'll say this today. All right, or if it's not there, then we'll say this instance, and then we'll do format. The format function is going to be a D. So this is what is going to happen. Yeah, today is what day? It's the 5th of October. So this today is going to be date number 5 or 05. If I move backwards to the previous day, it's going to be 04. If go down. If I refresh this, then it's going to come back to the instance that we're currently on, and then it's going to use the format that we are using over here as D. All right, so I'll say this, and then we'll say current month. So the current month, okay, is equal to this, okay, instance. And then we'll now format, and the format in this situation will use a capital. No, is it capital or small? Capital or small? I think it should be small. I think I like a small. It gives just the number in terms of that. Then we'll say this days. Days is going to represent the number of days in a given month. So we're going to say this, all right? And then we say instance. So instance, since it's always going to be a carbon instance, then we're going to come in here and say days in month. And that's it. So we can do it as a function. We can do it like this. It doesn't matter really. And then we can come in here and do this current year. Can do current year. Okay. So the current year is 2022, but the system needs to be as dynamic as possible. So I'll come in here and say this instance, and then format Y. And you guessed it right if you had already guessed it. Then we'll come back here and say this employees. This is the last one. We were supposed to have employees here. So this employees, okay, I need to initialize it, and then we're going to say employees detail. Oh, that's it. That's how we go about it. So now there are a few functions over here that I want us to also implement. There's one for getting the previous month and then getting the next month. So once we look at the previous month, there's a function over here that I want to add. There's a function here I want to add, and this will be to get the previous month. And then what we'll do in this situation, we have to account for the instance itself, right? We're not accounting for anything else. Everything else is routed to the instance. Everything else, the month name, the today, the current month, the days, the current year, and the employees, it's all routed to the instance. So we're only going to use the instance to shift each and every single piece of detail over here. That is why using instance is very important. Reusing this extensive variable is very, very important. So it may be looking tedious, but it gets the job done. So this instance, so talking about the current instance, is going to be equal to this, okay, instance, all right, and then we're going to subtract a month, just 1 month. Then we're going to do this. After subtracting the month, I'm going to take today, Okay, we're going to take today, and then we're going to add the number of days in the month. Okay. The reason why we're doing this is as follows. So dynamically, we are going to be dealing with today, right? Being the current day. And we're going to take this inside our index.blade.php. So like let's say, for example, we look at it over here from this point of view. And then on our register, let's just showcase what's going to happen in this situation. So we're seeing this currently, yeah. We're just using dummy data over here to test the UI. But now once we come and implement the actualities of this all, we're going to take the current year, current month, and then take the I and actually compare it to the attended dates and look at the attended dates. Yeah, if it's in the array, if this digit is in the array of the attended dates, then it will give us success. Else, if today is greater than I plus or equal to 1, then we'll put in danger. Okay, so this is very pivotal. So in this situation where this returns false, in the situation where this returns false, then they will check. Okay, if the date today, which is at 5th of October, is greater, all right, it's greater than I plus 1. Okay, I plus 1 being you know, the current the current dates or rather the current figures that are being dealt with in terms of the days of the month. So I plus 1 is the current day of the month. If it's greater than that, then give me a red, because that person has definitely not attended that particular day. Oh, but if it's not greater than that 1, then that day hasn't even come to pass. So if it's not come to pass, then click on button info, which is going to show gray. But in my situation, I'm going to use BTN secondary, which is actually gray. Info is a bit of a light blue thing over here. So this is what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to come back here inside our index, all right? Using reference of this, what we're going to do in this situation is, first of all, the moment we go back, it means that we're going back a certain number of days, and that's the number of days we need to add to this today over here so that we can be able to gauge. Okay, if I is greater than this number, then you have to actually check for attendance, in the sense that if you attended, then green. If it doesn't show that you attended, then you definitely did not attend, because this day definitely passed. And I'll show you why that is very pivotal. So I'll put at this as well, this emit, and then I'll put done. And then on done, I will put a success message over here, success. And then the success will read successfully moved to the previous month. Great. So this is for the previous month. Then now the moment we get to the next month, right? So get next month over here, next. Okay, we're going to do this instance, right? Before we do anything with this instance and say add month, we have to add the days that were already we have to subtract the days that were already added in that particular instance that was there before. So this one comes before, or rather comes after the changing of today, right? And then in this situation, we're going to do minus so that we subtract the number of days. Then we say this instance days in month, and then let me just trim this because I don't need it. So once we do that, then we take this instance and then we add a month like so, and then we emit successfully moved to the next month. Okay, and the moment we do that, we're going to come in here and then we mount everything, right? And then when we mount everything, and this is going to be a protected listener. It's going to be protected listeners. So inside protected listeners, we're going to say done. And we're not going to do render. We're going to do mount. In a sense that the current states of these public variables are not going to change from where we were in the previous time. All that's going to change is now the rendering of each and every single component that dealt with these variables. But the variable content is not going to change at that particular point. Now, it's only going to change, yeah, if there's something inside here that changes it, inside the mount function. But as you can see, if there's an instance that is already in place, then it's not going to be replaced until we refresh the entire page. Now, to give this actual perspective, let's actually look at what we can do about this. So we were looking at this BG success. BG success should only show true if the employee has attended this particular day. So we're going to use the inArray function over here. And this is what it's going to look like. Okay, so it's going to say inArray, and then we're going to take this. So this is one statement over here. It's just that we're concatenating the current year, the current month, and the day, which is represented by I. And you see, the thing is, I is supposed to be between 0 and the number of days in that particular month. So if it's between the number of days in that particular month, I'm going to come in here and do days, right? Which is days in month by default. So I'm going to come in here in array, current year, current month, and then the current day, which is I plus 1. If it is if the employees attended, if this particular date is inside employees attended dates, then show me the success button. Otherwise, if it is not, then we move on to the next section. We are going to check if this day has actually passed, right? If the day has passed and this person has not been marked present, then he's absent, right? So to say, if they have not, the day has not passed and they've not been marked present, then it's going to show gray, showing that you can actually do something about that presence. And yeah, that's how we're going to go about this. So it's going to look for today, I believe. So if today, right, is greater than I plus 1. So let's look at how it's going to be. So you can say undefined variable employee. So this for loop is supposed to be falling under, so this TR is supposed to be falling under an employee. So as you can see, this TR is already in its own right a bit faulty. So we're going to do another for each loop here. And then we're going to say for each employees as employee. And then we're going to put it in here. And then we look at how we line it up. So you can see like this already. 4 days have passed. We're on 5th. If 5th passes, if midnight strikes, then number 5 over here is going to also change if upon refresh. And then we're going to add a button over here. We're going to add a button just alongside this day, this month. But the month itself needs to be dynamic, right? So we're going to do this. We're going to say current month name, okay? And then we're going to do a certain some pieces of navigation in this card header. Since it's a flex row, the first flex column is going to be, or rather, the btn dot btn xs dot btn doc, and then we're going to do I dot fas dot fa arrow or caret left. Is it caret left? I don't know if it's caret left. Let's try. Yeah, it's caret left. And then I think from that point onwards, we're going to do an M of 2, margin 2. And then we're going to add another one underneath it. We're going to do M of 2, and then it's going to be caret right. And then instead of M of 2, I think we can do P of 2 as well. And then instead of H5, we'll do H3. Okay, P2M5 or something, or MX5. Let's do MX4 for now. Right. So it's justify content center, and then we can do align items center. Yep, there we go. So it's aligned item center, and it's justify content center. Then what we can do this wire click. Then this one is for get previous month, and then for this next button we can say get next month. So this is the essence, right? If I click on this, it will take me to September, right? And it will show me everything that's going on September. Beautiful. If I go back, October, November. Beautiful stuff. This is July. This is June. As you can see, everything is working seamlessly. And then if we go back to, now let's try and go back to and February. You see that 28. Yeah, this is February 2022. So you can say get current month name, and then we put a comma. Then we'll say current year. If we save that, it will refresh, and then we go back. September, August, July, June, May, April, March, February, January, and December 2021. You can see the years changed as well, and we have 31 days here. And then November 30, October, September. I want us to see 2020 February 29th, right? 29 days in February. So May, April, March, February, January, then we go to December again, November, October, September, August, July, June, May, April, March, and moment of truth, 29 days here. There we go. Then if we refresh, it goes back to October. This is just a peak of the start. This is just the start. Okay, so now we made this dynamic, right? So this should also be dynamic. We should be able to see the name of this employee. So we'll say employee. User name. Now what I want to do with this is that I want to do inside this TD the same classes that I did up here with this deflex, flex row, justify content center, line item center, and then I put a margin for all these items. So I'll do it like this, right? I'll come in here, I'll do a class and place all those things down. Then as we go on further, we will take a few things. First, I'll do a div with the image. The source will be employee user profile photo URL, like so. Ooh, this is good. And then over here we'll come and do instead of a div, I think we'll just do a h5 or a maybe just the employee username, just like that. But nah, I think this is a bit much. So I think the div is a bit much. Maybe it's best to just leave the divs out of this. I think we should just reverse all this first. Let's see what happens after that. So you can it's put alongside all of these. Where's the other TD start? Okay, let's do this. I think putting it in a TD is a bit tough. Let's try this. Let's just put the image first, and then we'll sort it out from that point onwards. So employee user, then we'll do profile photo URL, and then we have that. So I think this is fine for now, but then you see now once we move it to responsiveness, it becomes another issue. Look at this. Okay, maybe not. Honestly, I'm taking the piss here. This is amazing stuff. It can be seen on a phone. You can take a look on the phone. I think this is okay. On a tablet and everything. That's fine. Okay, and then now there comes an issue where you have to mark this person present, and of which we're going to come in here in this div, and then for each and every single one of these days we're going to have a modal. So there's going to be a modal that's going to be triggered inside inside one of these. So you click on this, they're supposed to be actually buttons. So at the end of the day, we have to look at how we sort all that. My coffee is a bit conk. Let me just add some bit of water. Damn, it was indeed very conk. It's much better. Okay. So far the results are showing. I'm a bit happy. Total days worked for this month maybe should also be reflected here. So I'm going to come in here and take this in array. Sorry, I'm going to take it from here. And then put it inside here. So this is the measure that is used to check if this current day that is being reviewed is actually for the current month. And then we check the count, and then we say that this is the total days worked. So now total days worked here is 0. If I move to the next, total days worked is still 0. Now I want to be able to click on this and then also like get a modal that allows me to put in the sign-in time and the date. Well, the date is already there, so the sign-in time and the sign-in time and the sign-out time. So it will be maybe it will have done orange if it's already signed in. And if they send out, then it becomes green. Something like that. Or let's just leave this as an attendance register. And then if someone wants to sign in, then they actually check to the attendance records. So it'll say add attendance records, and then they'll be able to be signed in like this. Something like that. So let's do it. Let's do it like that. Let's actually do it like that. So we have Tristan Strick over here. If I go to add attendance records, I should be having a form inside add attendance records, which is inside the create.blade.php. And then I'm going to do x slot. Okay, first and foremost, this thing is repeating itself. I'm just going to come in here and copy this. Right. Okay, so we're going to have a container. Again, this thing is going to repeat itself. So we're going to have the container fluid, we're going to have the card, we're going to have the card header, and then we're going to start the card body, just like that. No, we're not going to have the card header, are we? Yeah, we're going to have the card header and the card body. So inside the card header, things are going to be a bit different. So so that's okay. Organize yourselves. Okay, so this is current month name, current year. No, we're going to actually sign in for this particular day, right? So we're going to do sign in for this current day, which is the current day, which is this instance, right? Or rather, let's say carbon now, and then we'll say format, and then we'll say JS over here. So JSFY, like that. And then, okay, well, of course, there's so many other different items here, but see, class carbon is not found. Save that. Okay, sign in for 5th October 2022. I'm not gonna put this like this, so this button goes down. This button also goes down, and then we're going to do this deflex is also going to go down as well. And we sort that out, we save it, sign in for 5th. This is going to be a H5. Right, sign in for 5th of October 2022. And then inside the body, we're going to select the the employee name, the sign-in time. Right. The employee name and then the sign-in time. But then you see now the things like when employees do straight shifts, so there should be the date signed in and then the date signed out. So it should be date time signed in, date time signed out. Something like that, I think. I don't know. Now let's just do it for dates. Let's use date. Because if it's a straight shift, then they'll be accounted for the next day. And that should be noted for overtime. Let's use these specs so that we can at least maintain focus. Blue blocking spectacles. I don't know. I want to engage the chat for a bit. What do you guys think? Whoever is in the chat. Whoever is in the chat. I want to engage you guys. All of your inputs. Need more time for me to go through it again. Of course, man. Of course. Yeah, definitely. It's a bit I've gone a bit faster than usual. But let's do this, yeah? Once the day ends, then everyone's active shifts will close up for that day, and then a new shift will start on the new day. Yeah, I think that will be it. Which will also be in a certain boot method inside maybe the services or the providers or something. So let's do that. Let's just implement first the selecting of the employees and being able to like add the attendance records and all that stuff. Okay, so in this situation here, we're going to have a select or rather let's do grid this time round. So row column md6 dot column 12. So that's this is as dynamic as can be, or as responsive as I can be. And then I'll do a select item for Bootstrap. This one will be for employees name, and then we have label for employee's name, so employee ID. Let's just do employee or employees detail ID, something like that. Form select LG or form select SM. I'll do LG, and then we'll say select an employee. Then option value number 1. This will be the employees' names. So these ones will be sifted through. Then we'll do a for each loop here. For each app employees detail. So app models employees detail all, look at this, as employee. Then we're going to put the option value there, and then we're going to come in here and say employee user name, and then inside here the value would be employee ID. And then this option will be disabled if the employee is already present at this time or is already signed in at this particular time. So we'll check that again also. So we'll put an if statement inside here and add the attribute for the disablement. So that's the first one. Select an employee. We'll have Tristan Streak over here. Then we have the sign-in time, which is also going to warrant another .column md6 .column 12. Look at this boy go. Then I'm going to put it as an input. Sign in time. Then placeholder, enter the time signed in, and then this one will be time. This one will be time, and then we'll say a help ID time as well. This one will be message, and then we'll do an error here. So if the error says we have attendance issues for time, then we'll put it inside here that those issues will be resolved with an error message. So this same error thing will also pop up under the select if we have discrepancies in terms of the employee's detail ID. The text will not be muted, it will be in danger. And before we do anything else, before we do that, this is for column, this is for row. So underneath the row, I'm going to do a btn dark text uppercase. I'm going to call save. So if I hit save, there's supposed to be something happening. So I'm going to do wire click save. So I'm going to come in here. Let this stay like this first. I don't think there's anything else I have to add over here. So it's just the employee and the sign-in time. So whoever it is that is logged in and signing them in is the one who will account for that. So now coming into attendances create, we have public attendance, and then we have the function called mount, and this function called mount will say this attendance is equal to new attendance. Right, and then we'll have different things over here, like say for example protected rules, which will be as follows. We'll have first of all attendance, and then we'll have attendance dot time or sign in like so, and this will be required. So I also need to go and change that back in that item that I left back there. Then over here we're going to have attendance. We're going to have what? Attendance employees detail ID, like this. So we're going to come in here and then do a function. This function is going to be called save, and then we're going to come in here and say this. First things first, we validate. All right, and then after validating, we say this attendance save. Right, and then we'll say this emit done. And once we are done, we shall send a success message, which will say successfully signed in, and then we look at which employee is the one that signed in. So we'll come in here and say this attendance So we'll say this attendance, and then we'll say employee, and then user, and then name. So that's another thing we've not really accounted for, is that attendance should always have an employee attached to it. And this should not end with that. Then we're going to add at, and then we add the time. So first things first, if we go back to this, if I hit save, in place detail field is required, then there's the sign-in time. Now coming to the sign-in time, this time here should match with this one, should match with this one, should match with this one. This one, sign in, And then we're going to do some few wire models here. So there's this wire model, which is going to be equivalent to this one. And then we're going to have over here another wire model. And this will be equivalent to this one. So I'll save streak and streak and then save, but there's sign in fill time. So I'll say 11:24. So the current time here will be, let's see. Let's say that this attendance sign in is equal to, now once the mount function comes in, then we'll just do carbon now to time. But now carbon needs to be imported. I know to time is going to have to be there. To time string. Let's just do it. Yeah, knew it. 23, 25, 25. I mean, it's so easy to just do it like this. And then you can see field date doesn't have a default value. So the date is today. So this field for attendance date should have a default value, right? The default value in this situation, okay, to time string, this attendance date is going to be carbon now to date string. Tristan Streak, welcome back. So you can see error, field date doesn't have a default value. It's not updating. So we can see employees detail ID, sign in, updated that, created that. And then we have values, this. Employees detail ID is here. Sign in is here. Updated that. This is the updated that, and then there's the created that. I think it should be like this then. Since we haven't initialized that point, should it be attempt to read property user or null? Yeah, so there's more. User and null. So we need to go back to our models. Goddamn. Let's see. We can look at attendance, and then we come in here and say it needs to be attached to an employee. And then we say return this belongs to what? An employee. So you can say employees detail class, and then we refresh this because streak has already been saved. This should be need, right? This should be already blurred out. So let's try that. You can see it's going to say constraint violation for key attendance employees detail date unique, like that. So there's already a constraint violation there. Now Marlene Himes or something like that. I'm going to save. Attempt to read property user or null. So it's going to show the same error again, but then this person is already marked present. So maybe it doesn't belong to. Maybe it has one. How's one employee? So you can see this column not found, unknown column, employees details, attendance ID in where clause. So it's going to be ID over here. Attendance ID, so it's going to be employees details ID in where clause. And then we try again. So it's an integrity constraint again. Let's try this. You can see the top part. Carly Wolf. Now, inside create, what I'm going to do, instead of this, actually we didn't put the listeners, so I'm going to do another unprotected listeners. Okay, and then we're going to do this. We're going to say on done, we're going to mount fresh. So let's try again. Ether top. Save it. Yep, and then we have to select ether top again. It's going to throw the constraint violation. Let's go. Okay, so there's something more that we can do over here. We can throw in something like it needs to be unique together with the employee's detail ID. And I don't know how to do that compound key inside the validation. Oh my goodness. We're beating AC Milan like a bloody pulp. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to pause the stream for now so that I can be able to look at this game. Oh goodness. So it's only going to be 20 minutes remaining. I need to actually see these goals, fam. What? This is insane. Very own Reece James has scored. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang has scored against his old club. And Wesley Fofana's first goal for Chelsea as well. This is amazing. This is amazing stuff. I want to see who is the assist. Who's the assist king here? Raheem Sterling, Reece James. Okay, Reece James is the king. Reece James is definitely the king. Yes, Ruben Loftus-Cheek is also playing here. This looks good. This game is looking good. I'm liking this. I'm liking this a lot. Well, good. So you need to put in a constraint violation here, constraint violation or curb constraint violation using the validator. So validator compound. So validator for compound key. This is what I want here. This is crazy. This is crazy. Ah. Why not just do this, yeah? You see these, the ones that have been signed in already. I'm going to come in here inside my my creates. I'm going to come in here into the select area, go to the option bit. I'm going to say if, okay, if this employee is, if this employee's attendance as of today is already signed in. I'm going to check the has signed in function. Okay, so this is inside the employee's details. And then I'm going to say has signed in today, because this is going to be for today. Okay. If employer has signed in today, this is going to be a function. Then the option is going to be disabled. So has signed in today is not called to action. It's going to go to employee's detail. Function has signed in today. Okay, so now the employee already has the attended dates, right? So this employee's attended dates. So we're going to check if inside this array, like let's say for example, you see this. Remember this function that we did, the in array bit? I believe it was this one, right? We're going to say format. So we're going to format, and then we're going to use the YMD format for these attended dates. All right. So we're going to say if that condition is true, then return. Actually, you know what? I don't even need to stress with an if statement over here. This is going to return a boolean. Checks if a value exists in an array. It's going to return a boolean, right? Yes. Yes. So you can see, definitely we are good to go. All right. What is in the chat? Ian Cecil Wawerun Joroge. Welcome to the stream, bruv. Welcome to the stream. My brother. So this function is just going to run like this. So check this out. You see, these guys, I've already signed them. It's just as simple as that, really. If I put Yasmin Moore, it's going to say signed in at 2340 hours, and then it's going to be blurred out. It's just that simple. That was such a simple function. I don't know why I was going to do an if statement all over the place there. So if they've signed in today, then the names will be now. The names will be done. Ooh. What's this? I'll use that for some of my videos. That is sounding beautiful. Anyway, so we can add attendance records, and then we can go back to the attendance register and look at who we've marked present, right? Now, in this situation, if this person has a sign out time, if this person has signed out, then we'll mark a green if the sign out time is good, or we'll mark green if they signed out. Otherwise, it will be orange. Yeah, I think it will be orange. I'll put yellow maybe, or I'll put yellow, which is a warning. Right, so we'll come in here and look at it from this point of view. So if it's in array, and then we'll have to check from this point onwards. We'll put this inside a checker. So if it's true, yeah, if it's true, check for me if this current date, or if this employee's attendance, or if this attendance in particular has goddamn, if it has a checkout. No, actually, you know what? I'm going to do BG success. I'm just going to leave it as is. I can see total days worked 10000. If I change the month, boom, total days worked for this month 0. If I come to this month, total days worked for this month 1. Beautiful, very, very beautiful. Then if I come and hover over these dates, it's supposed to actually tell me this date, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, and that's it. So let's do this. Mabel or Mabel, I don't know. I don't know how this is pronounced. Mabel Ricard or something like that. Richard something. I don't know what their name is pronounced. But now, if I'm going to go and put this person here, and then the sign-in time is 11:43. I'll save it. Okay, and then I'll go back to the attendance register and look. Looks like signed in. Excellent. So that's how we're going to go about attendance. So whoever it is that signs in, we'll go to the add attendance records bit, and there'll be obviously now specified sign-in times for those particular users. And yeah, I think we'll make all these things dynamic. So that's the first part of attendance, and I think I'll want to close it off over there, because I mean, at this point in time, we're going to go to DSTV for now, and I am looking forward to actually watching this game. But you know what? Let's do this. Let's take a break for now. Let's take a break shortly, and then we'll be back afterwards. Yeah, let's do that. Let's take a break, and then we'll be back afterwards. That being said, we've done quite a bit. So far, if you're in the comments, what do you think about how the UI looks so far? Anything, constructive criticism, anything that you want to say, just go ahead and say it. Look who's back. Look who's back. Look who's back. Look who's back. Okay, so we're back on. And we wanted to look at this little bit of code. So check this out. This was the way we left it before midnight struck. Now you can see after midnight strikes, the one on 5th is marked absent. And we need to put something in the boot so that once a new day enters in, everyone who is signed in is signed out and is marked for the next day's sign in. That's something that we can really take a lot of time in doing. Everyone else's names have been refreshed. At the top, there's something that's in the create. We want to edit that. Let's see, in the create, we'll put it a space here. Now, what I want to do, instead of this, to appear like this, what we'll do, I'll pause it with carbon. And then I'll say format. So I'll format it to be in terms of 24-hour time. So I'll do HIS, no, HI, and then we'll do an A, a capital A over here. So that now, once we save, like let's say for example, Tristan to Marlin Helms, I'll hit save. I got see 12:22 a.m., which is the time of right now, definitely. And then we have Thomas Rippon, 12:23 a.m. This is the sign-in times and everything, which is cool. Yeah. All right, and then we look at the attendance register, and we can be able to see Harms is there, Torp. All these guys have the sign-in times, and yeah, etc. Yeah, I think that's good. There's so many other different things that you can do with this attendance register. But then also in terms of days worked, it usually justifies also now calculations for casual contracted people, which is fine. Okay, so let's continue working on this. So what happens if there's a bit of a discrepancy when it comes to the adjustment of attendance? Let's actually close all this, because all these are just taking up a lot of space. Save everything. So this is the month of October, and you can see, definitely you can check out the month of September. 0 days worked. October checked. November 0. So it does a lot, this particular piece of UI, and it's not like it's going to store it dynamically. It's just going to put every single piece of attendance into consideration, and then you just craft it out with the UI instead of like working so hard to create space with the DB so that you can be able to explore how to store this in the DB. It's just perfect. So now, in the matter of adding attendance records, we have to have a place for signing out. So we have to have a place for signing out. So I'm going to do PA make Livewire, and then I'm going to do admin attendances sign out. And then we have sign out over here. And then we have sign out over here as well. Either we do it like this, or we put the function inside the create over here. And if we're putting it in here, then we need to actually check if this particular attendance has been signed out. So we're going to check out a little bit of stuff here. So each employee has a particular date attached to them. So in this date and then the employee, we're going to have one particular attendance that's going to be structured like so. So we're going to look at it in terms of, okay, if we're going to go into the index bit of things and check if this particular person, let's actually try this. Yeah, we could do a modal, and to trigger this modal, you click here. The rest of this, get out. Okay, so this thing for the modal ID, we can just do it like this. Okay, wherever. And then we'll say modal, and then we'll put it as I. And then we'll remove the JavaScript bit of it. And then we'll see what happens next. So if I click on, say, for example, this div, you can see we have the add rows here. So inside this modal, we have the title. Then we can say, we can take this, Control C. Then we say for, and then we can put a strong, and then we can call the employee name. And then we can say on, and then we can put that stuff there. So once this loads up, for Tristan streak on, yeah, so that works. And then instead of doing H5, maybe we can do it as a span. You can do it as a span, and you can see for Tristan streak on. So instead of putting the strong tag on this one, so we can close a strong tag over here, and then we can open another strong tag just before. So we can just put this here, and then we open another strong tag just down here before this. Then when we click it, all right, so inside the container fluid section in this piece, this is where we can now check through the attendances. We return the first one that matches the employee ID and the date, because that's what is unique inside the DB. And then we can now say we sign out. So we can add a form over here. So we can say input, or we can do a .row .justify content, or because we're not using the footer, I don't want to use the footer. Even putting this thing in the modal body is a bit of a scare to me. Let's just do input, and then we can do like that, and then we can say sign out time, and then we can say there's no placeholder. Then this one will be time. Then we'll say sign out, help ID, message, and then here we'll throw errors. And then we'll say for error attendance dot sign out. Oh, so you will just use sign out, and then we'll just paste this there, and then we'll say tax danger. But there's no submit button here. So after the div over here, we'll put a btn dark text uppercase, save, or sign out. And then over here on sign out, we'll do where model, and then we're using sign underscore out. So inside our index, we'll put another variable up here. I'll just use public, and then we'll just do sign out. Yeah. Okay, so in signing out, sign out time, sign out, sign out, sign out, sign out, sign out. That's okay. Then I'm going to use a function over here. And now we'll sign out. Once we click on sign out, we're going to pass in two things. The employee's employee ID and the date. And what we'll do, attendance is equal to attendance find attendance where first of all employee ID or employees detail ID is equivalent to the employee ID, and where the date is also equivalent to the date first. attendance sign out is equal to this, when you say this sign out. So in a moment when that sign out is opened, or rather that module is opened, we're going to have it inside mount that the current time, or say this sign out will be equal to carbon now 2 times string, and that's it. Okay, so then we come back to this, and then we'll say wire click, and then we say sign out. Is that the name of the function? The name of the function is sign underscore out, right? Why not do sign out like so? Copy that, paste it here, and then what we're taking in here is first we have to take in the employee's ID. And then the next thing we're going to take is this thing, the entirety of this. Paste it here. Okay. So I want to say that this thing, it's possible to put this in a BG success or BG warning. So I'll say if and then we'll look at the employees, and so we'll say what this, so we'll take this part here, right? If the attendance were employees detail and date first, right, is not following the rules. So you can still use PHP in between this div. There's no problem here. And then we'll say attendance, or we'll say current attendance. Let's just say current, or CUR, is equal to this, and then we'll take the employee ID, and then the date. Okay, the date is this one. And then we take first. Now, if the current, right, doesn't have a sign out, so if the current has a sign out, then, or rather, let's do it like this. If the current has a sign out, check again, do it as a BG success. Otherwise, put BG warning. So class attendance not found. This means that we need to do app models attendance. It's a bit of a disorganized code, but then at the end of the day, it should work. So you can see this: unable to call component method, public method sign out not found on component, because we've not saved this. So coming to 6th, right? So attempt to assign property sign out on null. There's something here. You need protected rules. And these protected rules are going to put in, we're going to put in a sign out. And we'll say that it is indeed required. So every time I come in here and hit sign out, no property found for validation. It should be there. It should be there. So attempt to assign property sign out on null. Let's see. Livewire should be declaring for me that this is, yeah, sign out 0041, and the instance has the current date to be, yeah. And there's still more, because this sign out time is just not cutting it. Oh yeah, and then we have to have so I'll say if attendance sign out is we'll say what we'll say is since this is, we're talking about date and time, we'll do a parse if attendance sign out is greater than or rather is less than then we'll say attendance sign in. Then we'll just abort, and then we'll do a for 3, and then we'll say you can't put in a sign out time. You can't put in a sign out time before the sign in time. Let's try that. So today is the 6th. I'll try and sign out from 5th. Later bot, no, it will say attempt to sign in property on null. So attendance sign out, attendance. Let's try it like this. I'll try and sign out. Property sign in does not exist on the Eloquent Builder instance, so it's bringing in an Eloquent Builder instance. This is incredible. So I'm seeing this update bit over here, so let's try that. Then I'll say sign out. So let's try that. Actually, if this works, then that's incredible. So you can see call to a member function update on null. So which means before you even go to update, this will return null. So it means that there's a problem even starting from here. So I'll say carbon parse and then to date string. That should match. I'm using a lot of this to date string bits, but let's see if it will work. So you can say call. Oh, jeez. It's this spot for update. How about this? We can do dd. We can die dump the attendance. If it doesn't show anything, look at that, it's null. It's legit null. Look at that. So we have one. Let's go. I know it's not as loud. So there's a null here. But which date is it passing in? It's passing in current year, current month. So what is usually in the title? In the title, there's first of all, this should be current month. Current month name. Oh, and it's external from the for loop. That is why. So this for loop has, where's the end for? There. Well, let me be back 2 minutes. Okay, less than 2 minutes then. No, it's within the for loop. It's within the for loop. Yeah, it should be within the for loop. So I'm about to do this then. Let's see if those functions inside, like the sign out function, let's see if the date was actually passed through. You see that 2007 only. Let's try this. So all this time this thing wasn't working. Let's try this one. One. Still showing one. So which means also this function is it's not complete. Let's try with this one. Yo, I think I'm being played here. What's going on with my code? This part for sign out, is there any big problem? I mean, I could remove this. And then what? Then format. trying to really think about what to put in this code, because signing out should be it should be an very, very, very easy thing to do. Well, man, brainstorming on this it's a bit daunting at the moment. God damn. Tomorrow we'll brainstorm this. Later today at around, I don't know, 7. We'll start early this stream. This stream should start early. But as it stands, man, my goodness, we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do. God, I'm trying to really brainstorm on this. I don't know what to do from here. Like the sign out piece of work is the one that's really bothering me. But anyway, you know what? Let's do this. Let's pick this up from tomorrow. At least at this point where we stand, we're able to draft out the register. We're able to add attendance records and stuff like that. And then we'll use DOM PDF to be able to like now print all this on the master role. So I think that will be in order. There'll be a digital master role, or this is actually the digital master role, which we'll be able to print on a daily basis rather than wait till the end of the month and, you know, reconcile. That'll be it. And then later on, after all that, we'll deal with this. This is the payroll. And then we'll be able to like open up and then see like for each and every single month, what is the payroll going to be structured like, in terms of now the employees, each and every one of them, what was agreed in contractual basis. Yeah. And in terms of also responsibilities and all that stuff, there's a department that I've not added. I've not added a department for, I could say, yeah, there's some few, like let's say for example, if I was to create a new employee, there's a few departments I've not added, so there's no administrative departments here. And administrative including the managerial and the operations and the supervisions and all that stuff. Yeah. Great. I guess now at this point we can just look at this attendance piece of work being sorted out very, very quickly. We're just going to have to brainstorm on how we're going to be able to sort that out. But all in all, we've really gone far with this system, especially in the HRM side. once you're able to draft out the payroll, we're able to also now monitor everything very digitally when it comes to HRM. And then from there, now we'll move to the supply chain and procurement. Then from there, we'll be able to move to issuing of items between departments, from the stores to the various departments. And then from there, we're done. We're really done. Now, after that, we just have to do things like adding more features like costing in terms of expected guests and projections, using those projections and using projections and actual expenditure to be able to evaluate, okay, what is it that we have in our system, so that we can be able to say, we're actually doing okay. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, this has been Steve Nyanumba with TechChess. This live stream has not been as engaging as it needed to be, but it's not as engaging as it needed to be, but we're getting there. We're getting to learn how to deliver our content, and so that we can all be in one learning ecosystem. Saleh, I'm glad you enjoyed. I'm glad you learned. Thanks for the compliments, man. I always try to do my best when it comes to each and every single thing that we touch on code. But yeah, thanks for joining. Thanks for tuning into the stream as always, man. I'll talk to you guys in a while. So thank you for joining the stream, Ian Cecil as well. Or is it Ian Cecil? I'm trying to ever know how to pronounce that name, but Ian Cecil Wawero, thank you for joining the stream. Hopefully we'll be able to see more of you guys join the stream, and very soon we'll be doing the streams much earlier than usual. Maybe as early as tomorrow by 7:30 I will be live. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, this is Steve Nyanumba signing out. Thank you for tuning in, and I will see you guys in the next one. Adios. Let's kill the beat. 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 All right, today I was feeling a lot of rock, and I just thought let me put some Bohemian Rhapsody and do a remix of rock. And then I found something very interesting on my way of finding that. Harris Heller with Stream Beats did the Wellerman song in the rock variation, and it was insanely beautiful. So here we are with Harris Heller's Stream Beats Rock Foundations with Wellerman.
There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew hard, her bow dipped down. Below me, bully boys blow. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She'd not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed. The captain's mind was not on greed, but he belonged to the whaleman's creed. He took that ship in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. For 40 days or even more, the line went slack, then tight once more. Our boats were lost, there were only 4, and still that whale did go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on. The line's not cut and the whale's not gone. The wellerman makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew and all. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and